Mana ya orang baik. Orang baik, masya Allah. Stadium output. Video sekarang ada
for these reasons. And then if you want to build competences early, then you should consider that there are areas that you need to develop: budgeting, law and administration, project management, data systems, and AI. So in the civil service, it is important you realize that it's not only about seniority, just passing your exams and going to the next level. There should be more to it. You should brace yourself up for solving difficult problems, delivering reliable results, and acquiring technical competence. It is often argued that you also have to protect your reputation aggressively. The discretion, I am sure that when my seniors who are retired will speak to us, they will tell us a lot about what these kind of qualities have really done in the course of service and even after service. How do people remember you? So we must avoid corruption, misuse of funds, reckless political alignment, document manipulation, as well as public misconduct. It is said that one scandal can completely destroy all your years of credibility. You must master bureaucratic communication. In the civil service, it's rather formal. So you don't just talk the way you probably talk on TikTok or maybe on WhatsApp. You are more intentional. You are deliberate about how you communicate, how you interact. It is respectable. It is also diplomatic. So communication determines influence. The career growth often depends on the ability to write clear memos, tell what you really want to say, let your intention clearly be on paper, prepare concise briefs. You don't talk for too long about issues that can just be presented simply. Then you take in on procedures that have not been approved prior. Then you present evidence logically to be approved, and then you communicate professionally. Now, why do these matter? Decision makers trust officers who reduce confusion and improve clarity. Yes, of course, this is what it really means, because the decision makers may not have all that time at that top level. So when you come with clarity, your memos are preferred. So we go to the next slide. So you need to become solution oriented, focus on solving problems. Every institution has challenges. Avoid becoming known mainly for complaints, complaints, complaints. You should, as much as possible, play down on the negativities so that you can see clearly and focus. Now, you should not be a source of resistance to change. So if changes are coming and are positive, you should embrace them. Every change usually has teething problems. So you should learn to identify gaps, recommend practical solutions, support implementation, improve systems gradually, value creators. Value creators rise faster than constant critics. So you go to the next slide and we talk about building strategic networks, relationships that matter in government. So you build relationships with competent peers. So you don't build it with people who are just sitting and idling. You build it with people who bring value addition to work. Senior mentors. As I am sitting here, I am really honored to be sitting with persons who have been in the civil service at such high level and have retired. So I intend to learn a lot today from them. So you also have networks with reform-minded leaders to share collaboration, career opportunities, and institutional support. But also remember that competence must remain your foundation. How do we proceed in this whole work? There is need for continuous learning. In fact, it is a kind of mantra that we continue to learn as we progress in the service. Continuous learning is something that we cannot overemphasize. Capacity building, capacity strengthening, and continuity in doing that is what you must always find yourself doing. So you keep sharpening, but it's not just sharpening. You sharpen with iron if you are iron, according to the Bible, that iron sharpeneth iron. And so the government is changing rapidly. So modern governance now includes artificial intelligence. So you have to be up and doing to get acquainted with these cybersecurity, e-governance, digital identity systems, fintech regulation, climate policy, data-driven decision making. You keep learning through certifications. Do not sit back and wait until someone presents it as what the government is going to give to you free of charge. You must learn to improve yourself. So through certifications. So there are several things you can do your pocket, you can use your pocket money to do. That is one thing, certifications. Join workshops. There are several workshops that you can even do, webinars that you can even do online without paying. And the interesting part is that some of these things are also AI driven. As you do the first one, it prompts you to the next one and the next one and the next one. And so you also have postgraduate education, policy papers, and international good practices. Yes. So as we are going further and further, being mindful of time. So I look at, we can skip the next one and go to seek impact, not just promotion. I think I already talked about that earlier on.
Permanent secretary. I don't know whether. Thank you. Uh, how to build a meaningful career in the civil service. How many of us are not civil servants here? Raise up your hand if you are not a civil servant. Okay, we have a few that are not civil servants. So
The president is coming.
majority of us are civil
His
servants.
Excellency is coming.
I was a civil servant.
President.
I built my career.
That's why they were.
So being selected for this topic is quite I could relate to it because I was a civil servant. So how can we build a meaningful, how can we build a career? Is there a difference between building a career and a meaningful career? Yes, the two are different. Building a career is just to pass through the system. Every 3 years you wait for promotion and you got your promotion. At the end of 35 years or 60 years of age, you move on. You have you had a career in the civil service. But this is different from building a meaningful career. What does meaningful career entails? A meaningful career in the civil service is not defined by those progression. It is defined by the value that you add to governance, the integrity that you maintain in the course of your assignment, even under pressure, and the lives that you positively touched and that affects others. Thank you. So if at the end of your working life, you cannot point to something better you did, will you say you've got a meaningful career? Not at all. While in service, I used an analogy to describe how we can build a meaningful career. Imagine a situation you were coming out in the morning, you met three working in a quarry site. You stopped because you saw how they were working with all their energy. You now ask one by one. You ask the first one, what are you doing here? He said, I'm breaking rock. Was it not right? Was it not breaking rock? Yes, it was. The second one, you ask him, what are you doing? He said, I'm earning a living. Was it also correct? Because when he breaks the rock, he will sell it and earn a living. You progress to the third one. He said, what are you doing? He said, I'm building a cathedral. Remember, the three of them are working on the same site, but their responses are starkly different. Of these three, which one is any a meaningful career? The one that is building a cathedral. And what accounted for the difference? The first one saw his work as a pain. It's a drudgery. If I see another thing better, I will go. I'm just breaking rock here. The second one sees only the problem it solves for him. Oh, I'm earning a living. If I'm able to get anything better, I will not wait. But the third one says, no, I'm going nowhere. I'm building a cathedral. It's a lifelong investment work that I'm doing. That is what it means to make a meaningful career in the service. And how can we achieve that? Achieving a meaningful career starts with your purpose of coming to the service. During the banking boom era, it was difficult for the service to retain good hands because all the good hands left for the bank. But when they now face the hard work that was demanded by the banking sector, what did they do? Many ran back. Was it because they loved the service? No, but because they want the security of employment and the liberty, the latitude that we have. For instance, you will see many of the some civil servants don't even come to work more than once or twice in a week. They have that latitude there, but they cannot have it there. And why so? Because they are not looking forward to a meaningful career in the service. They are just passing through the system. And at the end of their tenure, they will go out. Of course, whether you even build a meaningful career, 35 years will catch up with you, or 60 years of age. So what should we do when we are desirous to build our purpose for being in the service is the critical point. Our purpose should be to etch our name in the gold, to leave footprints that will enable us to be remembered. Number two, we want to build on our competence. Service is no longer for the feeble-minded again. If you don't have the competence, you cannot have it. I saw a circular that came out from the Office of Head of Service yesterday. They said if you can only be a director of human resources if you have certification in human resources management. What does this mean? For us in admin, those days, immediately you come out of university, if you are fortunate, you have third class, you become an admin officer, you start rising through the ranks. A third class cannot pass professional exam. You have to embark on self-development. You have to continuously read. You have to develop yourself. That is the only way you can make a career in service. You have to advance to acquire professional certifications, advanced education, self-development. Don't wait. Don't be like the former civil servant that will say, they did not train us. They did not train us. No, develop yourself. And these days, you don't even need to go out of your home to develop. Free courses are available online that you get your certifications. And as you are doing this program, you are building your capacity, you are building your capability. And at the end of it, you will achieve. And I will not repeat what the permanent secretary has said, that you must shun corruption, but particularly to young officers that may be here. One, avoid entitlement mentality to build a career. Avoid what? Entitlement mentality. Don't say, they never give me my share. No. Face your work. Promotion alone should not define your success, but it is hard work. Learn the system properly. Develop yourself. Acquire certifications, acquire degrees. And it is salutary to see many of you taking advanced courses, masters and PhDs. Develop writing and communication skills. Don't leave it. When I started, I went to a school where I had no English teacher until Form 4 out of the 5 years for secondary school. So when I finished, how I managed to even pass English, I did not know. But I knew I had to face it seriously. And I started from the scratch. Today, the story is different. So these are many more things we need to do if we want to make a lasting career and an impactful career in the service. Thank you. Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for him, please. Can we have, we're now going to have presentation from Dr. Ifoma Anabogo.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay. I was going to say I have classroom voice. Yes. Don't worry, I'll be very fast about it. And I'm so glad to be here and have the opportunity, well, the privilege to speak with all of you. Like my colleague said, your participation here is also career development, capacity development, capacity building. And with my position, I'm more or less going to sum up what they said because I'm repeating the same thing. For a career, for a meaningful career in civil service, like my colleague actually said, career in civil service is different from meaningful career in civil service. Meaningful career in service is not just like being a civil servant, getting promoted, job security, pension, things. No. Meaningful career in the civil service is having your role have impact, a positive impact too, on the people that it has, and then your self-development and maintaining contact with why you are in the civil service. My colleague has said you have to know why you're in civil service. So it's not you to stand out. You have to drive excellence. You have to be objective. You have to have mentors. You have to create an impression. After you, it will to live a legacy where you're living from. And I'll use that for example so that I can cut it short. I came in as a civil servant, a junior, senior staff on level 9, well under the age. And then it's well, I will derogate. Then if you don't care about yourself, if you don't train yourself or train yourself, nobody even knows that that's all right. And with time, you find out that there's you there and you have nothing to do. Some people will be gossiping, some people will be selling shoes and bags. Some people go from office to office like that. I said, no, I'm not cut for that. I rest a program right away. This degree, I don't have a diploma, keep myself busy. I finished the diploma in 18 and 18 months. And I found out that I was like, here are my peers. I looked at things from a totally different perspective. I could see where very senior with me is at, and this as well. So I started among my peers. And you won't believe it, on time, I was already aiming for my director. Some people were like, if it was a man, I was very cute little girl then. I could speak AUS. I had the opportunities of attending international conferences, still broadening my knowledge and skill. And that, I told myself I must make part in this system. And gradually, I rose and fairly promoted exam. I mean, it doesn't take the point. Mind, a reason for being there with an impact. And I continued in civil service, and with time, there was this program. Nigeria was the most endemic disease of that time. And I was in the control unit. At times, you see people come to work with slippers, people come and do that. I said, no. When they were called ushers to that program, when it was launched, I felt to do more than usher. That was how I went to gain one medical program. And I was seriously understudying my thoughts. To the God, the only thing I'm still thinking, I'm talking about 1988. With that, they give everything for me to make. And that's why I rose through the different levels and became the head of professional health degree graduation program. And we worked, that was the most big country globally. Eventually, I this disease outside by the World Health Organization. About recognition, not saying now recognition. And then after that, I came to the ministry. Of course, I left my I'm a accomplished public health specialist. And I became a press secretary. I went to Women Affairs. I got there when I was in Miracle. And we started. And I think you should make an inquiry about Mark. I was the Women Affairs. I was on the RTI. So what I'm saying, is just nobody tell me to. I don't say the government train yourself. Thank you, line train yourself. Try to associate people that not put anybody them to their level, still more to your level. Yeah, that would be press and you so like that and also having a meaningful career is to make yourself the path and live and then still look back to why you were there. Try to improve on it, make your development and with the national development. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I just want to bring us back to the theme of this conference. It is one's resilient results. And yes, you actually in this course called Aspire. You thought about it. I thought we were doing. Thought about what we are discussing. Aspire. Aspire, for the cash side. Aspire. Sometimes when we pray, we say the side you're living, the side is your stepping stone. We live a lot in Nigeria. So yes, I need you to understand that there is the tool, not like facts. And I'd like you to ask questions. And please take the questions first before we start responding. So if you do have questions, could you raise your hand? Any questions? Here's one hand. Okay. Any more? And the fact that it appears to me you And the fact that it appears to me you are talking about mentorship and you're also talking about maybe specialized training of some sort for juniors. And um, it is important to know that um, from the office of the career management office, I mean, there are training that are to all levels of civil servants. But in my mind, those are more like generic training. They are not specialized. And to a very large degree, specialized trainings come from the ministries or the MDAs where you're coming from. And I believe that this is something that you can as well present to your ministry. Now, as on the mentorship, there is a mentorship program that is being developed. It is not fully kickstarted, so I am a bit reluctant to speak on that. I would rather that we finish it and then I can speak to you about it. But I will give the floor to Dr. Anabogo. Would you like to?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to state that when you talk about mentorship, it doesn't have to be that categorically designed mentorship. As of now, you're a mentee to your supervisor. I hope you know. You're a mentee to other senior level, well performing persons in your ministry, in your sector. And that's mentorship. The Imokode Foundation may have organized mentorship programs for senior staff. Those might have been the ones that were available and eligible personnel had to benefit from that, or the ones government could afford as of that time. You never know, it might trickle down. But please don't wait for all those until the office of the head of service until they launch what they are preparing. But mind you, it's still going to be generic. Seek out opportunities and avenues for mentorship through the internet. Search, make it a point of duty to check. Don't watch home video every day or chat. Look for what will improve, what will give you value, you know, to your career progression, to yourself, to your person, and to your life. On the internet, it is there. A lot of them are there. In fact, if I have your name and number, I can be forwarding some of those things to you. Yes. So thank you. Be proactive. Develop yourself.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. There was something I also would like to add. You want to say something? Okay, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Let me just add to what Dr. Anabogu said. The career system, when you look at it, you grow gradually from the base up. Is entirely a mentorship arrangement. When you write your memo, you send it to your next high in command. Perhaps you are an admin officer one, you send it to admin officer two, or to senior admin officer. Is that not so? That one will read it, may write another thing, leveraging on what the foundation you gave, it starts going up. The file also comes back the same way. Do you just go back to only the directive given to you and don't go through the file? If you do that, you will not learn. Because when the file returns, you must go through everything that transpired. When the file went up and it came back to you, what transformation had happened to this file? You will see it. Tomorrow, when you want to write, will you start from the same place? Not at all. You have up your ante. So we need to invest in self-development. Let us take those programs seriously. And as the permanent secretary CMO said, the person who knows better, there is a formal arrangement for mentorship. Let me tell you what happened to me. I desire to become MNI. So I struggled so that I could get enrolled. That time, when I was in service, even level 14 were accepted to participate in MNI program. By the time I became level 14, the bar was raised to level 16. I was not qualified again. So I had to keep struggling. I made sure I did not fail any promotion exam. I came to level 16. By the time I got there, it's now only for level 17. I could not go. Now, because being on level 17, two pathways. I said, okay, I will get this MNI before I leave the service. But lo and behold, the same year that level MNI came, opportunity for progressing to become a permanent secretary came. Which one will you pick? I faced, of course, the exam of permanent secretary came earlier before MNI. I would have been privileged to participate in 2018. So in 2017, I became a PAMSEC. The demand of the office, the demand of the office will now allow me to leave the desk to go and pursue MNI again. So I could no longer become MNI while I was in service. But have I given it up? No, I'm still thinking on it. I'm still speaking with them. By the time they start admitting private people, one day I will go and join it. So there is no end to learning. Learning, continue developing yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was really good to hear. I thought to add a little from my personal experience. There is something that I believe in. I believe that anything worth doing is worth doing well. Anything at all. In fact, I do tell children that even if I ask you to sweep the room, I want you to demonstrate competence in sweeping the room. I want you to show that when you sweep it, I would long for you to be the one sweeping it all the time because you have delivered it in such a way that there is a difference, positive difference. Now, how do you relate with this in your workplace? Do you sit and wait for people to ask you to do tasks before you do them? Or are you this officer? Remember that there is now the reward recognition that comes, ministerial, departmental, even presidential awards. Some of these things are what are considered before your name is penned down for an award. What difference do you make? Do you believe that the system should move forward or just that you should move forward? Now, in developing yourself, of course, it is to assist the system to come to a level where it performs optimally. Therefore, you should really be a person of relevance. Like Doctor said, she said she was asked to be an usher, but she felt that she could do better than an usher. How then do you present yourself to do better than that? Do you sit back and say, oh, it's not my task. Oh, it's not my duty. Oh, it's not my, but the person who is supposed to do it is not there. And then the system is being seen as not coming forth with the service delivery it's supposed to offer. And you are part of it. So you cannot be that part that goes by the side and begins to criticize, oh, the director is not good enough. Oh, this ministry is rubbish. Oh, this, all such things. Part of it. Can you really say that you are not part of the system? A system where you probably get your salary every day, every month. So it is a complete change, a complete turnaround. Do not see yourself like that civil servant that feels that it's only when you are there's incentive that you have to do something. Now, what about the pride, the patriotism? What about the feeling that someone would call you a bad name? Every one of us, if they say our family is bad, we rise up and fight, don't we? We begin to say, oh no, that can't be true. Now, how do we feel when they say our office is bad or our office is not delivering? It is until we begin to feel a sense of ownership where you are. You begin to feel that you have something to offer. You begin to feel that, in fact, that the environment where you are is untidy, that it cannot just be the permanent secretary or the directors to tell the cleaners to clean it. You can still walk up to the cleaner. You are supposed to do this. Why is this place so messy? I mean, it's so irritating to look at it. And the cleaner goes, there's there's that man, oh, he's just a chief. I don't even know even what is wrong with him. Everybody would stand up firm when they see that chief. You're not a director yet, but you are conscious. You own where you are. If we begin to own where we are, if we begin to possess it, if we begin to call it our own, then we will ask relevant questions. And guess what? Even those perks, those incentives, they will come naturally because they usually come to people who are relevant. They come to people who are part of the system. So you steer clear of the system leaves you alone. That is what usually happens. But you become a part of the system acquires you, adopts you, and makes you its own. So let's be part of the system. Let's develop ourselves. Let's sharpen ourselves. Let's be the better of ourselves so that anywhere we are, we're talking about International Civil Service right now, conference. Now we should be able to be globally competitive. I personally do not believe that the Federal Civil Service does not have what it takes to compete globally with other countries. Anywhere in the world, I say anywhere. And for your information, I have had to serve in other countries. I have served in the Bahamas at very top level. I have also served in the Gambia. I have served in diplomatic setups where our competences needed to be showcased. And that feeling of, oh, why would an African do this? They go, oh, wow, the African really has something to bring to the table. So I want you to be that civil servant who will bring something to the table. Let us not go into drudgery and the feeling of, oh, it's for them, it's for those who have connection. I am a permanent secretary today. I don't have one single connection, not even one. I'm still amazed that I am. I still wake up each day and wonder, is this real? I am a permanent secretary, really? So I want you to understand that you must not believe in myths. You must not believe in all those old wife tales that they tell people if you pass here then you'll become blind. Those kind of things about the civil service. It's not true. Please apply yourself, possess your system, improve your system, be the change that your system needs. Thank you very much. I think that at this juncture, we are concluding so that we would not miss the president's arrival. Please, I take it that you have a question? You have a question? Okay.
Mine is a commendation. I am Mrs. Felicitas Egariwa. Felicitas Egariwa, DFA, Ministry of Steel Development. So mine is a commendation. When I came in, my intention was let me sit and walk out. But immediately you started, I had to sit and listen. And I'm very happy with the presentations. I'm happy that such talks are going on. Many civil servants need this. I don't want it to be skewed to just this kind of conferences. If it can be moved into MDAs, let us replicate this in MDAs, even if it's quarterly. Don't know how we are going to do it, quarterly, biannually. Let's have a department or a department that once in a while can bring the staff together like this and talk to us. I'm so impressed. Most of the talks you gave, I see myself in some of them. Like you said, not everybody will have the opportunities most of you have had there, but the talk is inspiring. And I pray the civil servants here will take a lot from it and work on it, work on those talks. work on those patterns you followed that is bringing you joy. That yeah, you've been in the civil service, you've seen the best of it, you have impacted, and people are going to look back and say, Mr. Adeshola impacted on me. You impacted on me, you know. And at the end of the day, it's not always a hue and cry that the civil service is not working. The civil service is working. It has impacted on my own life. Maybe not the way others would say it, but it's a great place to be. Thank you very much for this. And I want MDAs to feel this. Let's do it. Let's take it to the ministries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your comments and your very kind words. Thanks a lot. I promise that I would also take it back as a feedback and hope that they would consider it. It will really be nice to have a biannual and all of that across MDAs. And I believe that my seniors on my left and my right, am I not blessed to be flanked? You know, I believe that they I believe that they will be very, very ready and willing to assist such initiatives. So thank you so much, ma'am. I would take it back as feedback, and I would make sure that they take it back. I hope that she spoke the mind of the members of the audience in Aspire. With a round of applause, may I know? Okay. I take that as a clap of no objections. Thank you so much. That's a consensus then. Thank you very much. And this now looks like a very good place for us to conclude. I would like to say thank you, but before then, I would give a chance for my senior colleagues to say a final word, maybe in like 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, PAMSEC CMO, for this opportunity again. I will only say this as a takeaway. Nations are transformed not only by political leadership, they are sustained by this, they are sustained and strengthened by the competent, ethical, and committed public servants. Politicians come and go. Who remain in office? It is the civil servant. So it is us that must take the bull by the horn. Let us commit to maintaining, to establishing, to nurturing a meaningful career in the service. Just as we are living proof to this, you too can be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to my senior on the right, please.
Um, Thank you. I'll wrap it up by saying that please, we should all ensure to have our roles in the service, civil service, have meaningful, very good impact in the society where we find ourselves. We should also ensure to improve on ourselves, acquire skills that are very important, especially the soft skills. They can take you everywhere. But then again, any form of skill, you know, and finally, sit back to think of why you are in that place. Improve on yourself and make sure it aligns with Nigerian development goals, with the present development aspirations of our dear country. Please, let's hold it first and then yourself. Be selfish about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Before I part with you, there is one thing I think I should also mention. I discovered in my years of service, this is my 25th year. I mean, you may have your opinion about this, but this is my personal opinion. I do not really believe that the word tribalism really, really exists. And I'll tell you why. I think that there is definitely something that transcends and is superior, even if it exists, and that is competence. There is no boss, repeat it, no boss, no supervisor would get his tribal man or woman to mess up his job if he has someone else who is competent to do it. So, my final word to you is be that competent civil servant. As they have both said, believe in yourself, improve yourself, and then be competitive. Even if they don't like your face, they will like your work. They will like your delivery. Thank you very much. I'll now leave it to the MC so we can close. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my permanent secretary, CMO. Thank you, my panelists, my permanent secretaries too. Thank you so much. I'm sure this is aspire to be inspired. That's what we should call this room. We're all inspired. Civil service is not just wait for your time. We can also get there by building ourselves. Self-development is the in thing now in this everywhere, not just civil service, not just in the civil service, even in your home. So let's bring something to the table. It doesn't have to be only in the relationship, we'll bring something to the table. Even in the office, we can bring something to the table. Thank you so much. Please, we are going to hold on and wait for the official ceremony of the Mr. President. So we'll just be on a little break while our panelists take their group photographs. Thank you so much. even know. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, welcome back from lunch. Please, I don't know if Mrs. Memuna Abdullahi, are you in the stage? Okay. Okay, please, maybe she'll join.
Testing the mic. Thanks.
So welcome back. Please, we're going to have a workshop now. Communication skills every future public leader needs. So the moderator and the panelists are already seated. So please, let's all listen. Thank you.
Where's the memo now? Share. I think so.
Where's Edgar? Edgar went back. Okay. All right, it works. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. It works now. So
She seems not to be around. Need to start? Yeah. Distinguished guests, our panelists, participants, a very good afternoon to you all. Welcome to Aspire Stage at ICSC 2026. My name is Eyilare Okonkwo, and it is my pleasure to moderate this very important session today, titled Communication Skills Every Future Leader Needs. As we all know, leadership is not just about policies and strategies. Leadership is about communication, the ability to inspire confidence, build trust, manage perception, and connect meaningfully with citizens and stakeholders. And today, we have very powerful professionals who will do justice, who will unpack and tell us what we need to do as leaders. So at this point, I respectfully invite the speakers. Okay, they're already seated here. One of them is not here. In case she comes, she should just feel free and join us. I want to start by introducing our speakers. We have Mr. Mahmood, Mr. Kingsley Urata, and Mrs. Memuna Abdullahi Mohammed, and Mr. Kamil Olufowobi. I hope I got the right. Please, let's give them an Aspire Stage welcome. Like I said, it reminds me of the story of the Tower of Babel, and all of our faiths can relate to that. They were building, they wanted to get high up to where God was, but God, for who He is, disrupted their plans. So I want to ask the first speaker. First of all, let me introduce him. I think I got your name. He's the GM of Lagos branch of Channels TV. Am I right? Headquarters. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Kingsley, could you please tell us, what do you think of communication in our modern day and in leadership?
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I think that communication is the systematic ability to pass a message from one person to the other in such a way that it elicits reaction or feedback. And that is when we say that communication has become effective. So any communication you make, whether from top to bottom or bottom to up, that doesn't elicit reaction is an ineffective communication. Communication actually is the bedrock of human existence because we cannot exist if we do not interact with one another. And communication is that tool with which you can interact and then express your humanity, whether at home, at work, or even at play. So for me, that's the basic definition of communication in that sense. But when it comes to mass communication, it will involve the message, the medium, the trail, and to the targeted audience. And of course, the feedback. But within that channel of communication, that's what we call channel noise, which can come in terms of interference. In this case, in terms of people reacting in such a way that the message is not clearly defined and doesn't get to the targeted audience. But when we talk about the modern communication, it's a different kettle of fish with all the disruptions that have come up to the society.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our third speaker, Mr. Camille, I didn't introduce him properly. He's a global business strategist, a leadership advocate, and founder of the most influential people of the African Descent Initiative. He's passionate about leadership excellence and global networking, empowering African professionals to thrive and lead with impact on the global stage. Welcome, Mr. Camille. Now, this question is for you. This question is for you. What role does emotional intelligence play in leadership communication, especially when managing teams, conflicts, or conversations in workplaces?
Absolutely. I will begin by saying thank you for having me. Let's give our moderator a round of applause on the Aspire stage. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Camille Olufobi, and I am a connectologist. I'm a global strategist. I work with leaders around the world. My initiative, I run out of the United Nations. And I've been on CNN, so if you've seen me on CNN, please, that's a show of the work that I do. Also, I speak at the United Nations. And one of the things that I will talk about very quickly is communication. I like what you said, Kingsley, is effective communication, is to speak, to communicate and be heard, right? Ineffective communication is when you speak and no one is hearing. Before I answer the question, I'm just going to go a little deeper into that, and then I'll connect it to emotional intelligence. So with government, many of you here are civil servants. One of the things that government hasn't done very well with communication, I will title it over communication, meaning there's a lot of amazing things that you are doing in the service that nobody is talking about. So if there's one thing I'm going to leave here, I would ask that you leave here with is the word over communication. Everybody say it with me, over communication. Don't stop at saying, but we said, we've told them, we did the ribbon cutting, and that's the end of it. You have to keep talking about the good work that you're doing. Otherwise, it goes unnoticed. And that's why many civil servants feel unappreciated or ignored. Let me connect that now to your question around emotional intelligence. You see, emotional intelligence is to be aware of yourself. Self-awareness. And connecting that to communication, what I would say is when you're emotionally competent, right? When your EQ, we call it EQ, by the way. If your EQ is high, when you're communicating, you will know your audience, You will know when what you're saying is being heard, and you'll know when to change the style in which you're communicating to your audience. So yes, EQ is something they don't teach us in school, right? But it's very important for us to understand that it's the management of our emotions. Many times, let me use my wife as an example, right? She says, "It is not what you are saying; it is how you are saying it." For those of you who are married, you understand what I'm saying, right? So the minute you begin to raise your voice, even though what you're saying is the correct thing, you lose your audience. So emotional intelligence is the ability to know how to communicate and ensure that what you're saying and who you're saying it to understands the message. I hope that answers that question. Thank you.
Okay, this to you, sir. Now, in an era of social media and instant reactions and public scrutiny, how can public leaders communicate reforms and policies more effectively while also managing misinformation and public perception?
Thank you very much indeed. I've been in the media industry for 30 years. I actually began Channels Television with Mr. John Momo. And thank you so much when you talked about CNN. So in 1992, I was contributing to the CNN World Report. And so I understand the impact of media and what it does to education, what it does to mobilizing the society. So we live in an era where there are a lot of expectations from people. Consumption of information, the digital disruption, and of course the fact that people are becoming impatient, and there's what we call the citizen journalism, and everyone is on social media. And so misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, have pervaded the landscape. So how does a leader communicate in this type of situation? And I think that is what is important here is for the leader to understand what he wants to communicate, because you don't give what you don't have. The second thing would be communicating on time, in full, no excuses. And then again, simplifying your communication, because really, followers or your staff would be so aligned to you if you're able to disconnect in such a way that you're able to disaggregate the information you want to give in such a way that it's simple to understand, in such a way that the staff is aligned to what you're communicating and then would have a reaction to it. But we've seen in so many cases where leaders communicate in highfalutin strategy. They talk down on people. And when that happens, the staff will not align. They wouldn't own, the communication or the information you want to pass. So I think it's very important for leaders, both today and in future, to understand that communication has to be simple. It has to have a human face. It has to inspire your people, and then you have to align them to the strategy, to what your end goal would be. In such a way, you are not running alone. You are working as a team, because really you can't deliver on your responsibilities if you don't have your staff and people aligned to the ultimate objective. So, as I said, there must be simplicity of communication. There has to be a timely communication, and then you have to own it. And above all, you must inspire, because any communication that doesn't inspire, I think, has lost its very essence. That would be my reaction.
Thank you. Hold that thought. There's something I want to ask. There's a strong connection between language and inclusion, and people support what they understand, right? If we're talking about reforms in the leadership space, especially in the Nigerian civil service, if reform communication remains too elite, too technical, it may unintentionally exclude the very people it was meant for. So my question is, how do we simplify communication without losing the substance of policy and reforms?
Very simple. First off is for you to understand what you want to communicate. And then you have to do it in such a way that you build, you have the building blocks, and you have to be strategic about it. For example, if you want to get civil servants in your department, to want to stop using papers, let's say you want to go paperless. If you talk about the impact of climate change, for example, and then you have slides to simplify this and then connect it to the impact of the fact that everyday use of papers, you have your, what do you call it? Your, there's something, what do they call it when you want to print? Your printer, thank you. You have your printer, you print 50 reams of papers every day. Apart from the fact that you are burning power, you are also affecting the entire system, the atmosphere. You are burning, and then people are getting affected, and all of that. And then you let them understand that there is a better way of doing things more effectively, and then you apply technology and all of that. And instead of doing that with drudgery, it becomes very easy for you to get your memo transmitted to your superior and all of that. So it's timely, it doesn't affect the atmosphere, and it makes job easy. I think your people would begin to understand that, hey, there's a new way of doing things in such a way that I don't really need to burn, the atmosphere. And above all of that is the fact that you save cost. You save cost, and everybody would be interested in doing all of that. Because at the end of the day, is the bottom line that matters. If government is spending so much money in procuring all those equipment, it's possible that it will impact your salary, your take home, your allowances. So you have to bring the impact home so that they can own the implication and then go with the innovation you want to bring to pass.
Thank you very much. Please let's give you a round of applause. Sir, Mr. Camille, coming up as a young child, my father will encourage me to read the Guardian newspaper. But you have to get your dictionary somehow by the side. How many of you remember that? And then, yes, we improved, but it may not work for everybody. What language do you think we should use to communicate that will carry everyone along in leadership?
In leadership. You talked about growing up and reading newspapers, right?
It's not everyone has that privilege.
Absolutely. It's our parents trying to train us. Obviously, I sent you to school. You're supposed to be able to communicate and know what's going on, what is, relevant information for you to learn, right? So in terms of tools of communication, newspaper, from what I understand you're saying, is one tool of communication. Another tool of communication is writing a book, right? To tell stories. You know what you find in today's era is the power of storytelling. The power of storytelling. Whenever you want to communicate effectively, you lean towards what? Storytelling. And that's what newspapers do, right? They tell us incidents that we were not aware about, but they capture it and tell us a story. A lot of the content creators today, because of social media, are using communication to tell stories. Can anybody tell me what you thought of the communication style that the service used to tell us what they do? Was anybody in the main hall? Did you see the dance, the performance? That was a brilliant way of articulating what the civil service is doing. I mean, and if you're in civil service here, I want you to give yourselves a round of applause. It was really inspiring to see a service led by the phenomenon, excellency, to bring service into the digital age. And that's what that performance was about. That was a tool of communication, right? Which was effective. We call it drama. You dramatize it. So we've talked newspapers, we've talked books, we've talked theater, movies. These are forms that we use to communicate. But most important is the word storytelling. Storytelling to become effective, storytellers. I hope that helps
Yes,
in
yes,
terms
I think
of.
it does.
You just told us a story by taking us back to what your parents did exactly when you were growing up.
Exactly. Please let's give him a round of applause too. Now, it's now your turn, audience. You have something. Okay, feel free.
I actually wanted to write on what my friend has said. Really, those days, when the moon is up, we would see that elders would gather children, and then, tell those stories of how the tortoise climbed the tree and how the lizard was able to speak, and try to inspire their, imagination, and all of that, which of course has become very, which was very effective because people actually identified with that. Yeah, but what happened today, as you mentioned, was really very important. When I saw, for me, when I saw the lady from River State, which happens to be my state, and then when they shouted, made the call and answer, I got connected. And through her, I was able to, get inspired by what I saw. So whether you are in the civil service or outside of it, I think it's important for us to, particularly leaders, to reimagine, tools of trying to, carry your people along, your staff along, so that they will remember the story you told and how you can relate that to the kind of work they do. Storytelling is always very effective.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me add to that. The reason I said this, the reason the issue of the newspaper was because of what we noticed in the Ministry of Education. They were working with the head of service. We noticed that it's difficult. In China, for example, they speak Chinese to educate their children, and they understand certain concepts. I ask you, what is purple in your language? Who knows?
What is what?
Purple.
Purple.
Pink.
Oh, wow.
Pink. Let's assume pink.
Oh yeah, she got me there. What is purple in Yoruba? Anybody?
We don't have it because we don't have that concept.
Oh wow.
So,
Aha. What is it?
yeah.
Yeah.
They are aluko.
Yeah,
Pink.
I knew that. I knew that one.
That's pink. That's pink, right? That's pink. Okay, purple. Okay. But it's not everyone that has that understanding. So, but then I remember
Wow.
Guardian newspaper is mostly employed by English graduates or lawyers who will write so well. But then, as a mass communication in journalism, you must be a mass communication graduate to work in certain places. And then, as a mass communicator, you must be able to transfer knowledge to the doorstep of the least person in the room. And so my question is, what do we do with these reforms? They look like the Guardian newspaper. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. Our children should be able to pass WAEC, mathematics, English without cheating. It's because they don't have the concept from their background. So, sir, back to you again before we go to the audience. Thank you, sir.
Right.
What do we do? You talked about storytelling, which is
Right.
good, but how that the ability to pass message, to break it down
Right.
to the simplest form is key. Because so it's not everyone in the service or in leadership space that is a graduate. We have cleaners, and everyone must If the vision is made plain, everyone should be able to run with the vision.
Yeah, I think first off, we must be proud of who we are. We must be comfortable in our skin,
Yeah.
in our color, right? It's unfortunate that most families, especially if you are married from another tribe, it becomes very difficult, to teach your children
Your dialect.
yeah, your dialect. I'm married to a Yoruba woman, an Ondo lady, and I speak Igbani. She speaks Yoruba, and most times I'm not at home. And so my wife, um, interacts with them the more, and they live in Lagos. So when I come home, I try to speak the Igbani that I know. Um, it doesn't go far, right? But they can speak Yoruba. Even when I take them to my hometown, Opobo, they'll be, just looking. But I think that it's important for us to be comfortable in our skin and to simplify those little things that can make way for effective communication and capturing them, I mean, for family young. You can't be too busy, not to educate your children. Now, put it yeah, into a social space and all of that. I think communication has to be simple. We have to simplify things. And these days, attention span is quite short. The consumption pattern is also there. A lot of distraction and all of that. So if we can make things, simplify things, bring it to the doorsteps of people, ensure that you don't bore them, putting a bit of storytelling and something that will excite them, I think that would be much more effective. Let's humanize communication, whether in workplace or at home.
Thank you very much, sir. Audience is now over to you. Your perspective is really busy. The future we're talking about is here already. So audience, let's have you. Just tell us your name, your department or ministry, and just go straight to your questions. You can ask
Yeah.
any one of them.
So while we get the questions from the audience, you just brought up a topic that is very close to my heart, which is teaching the next generation our local languages. You know what just happened now? We take it for granted because you are in the room.
Yes.
But because without you being in the room, we wouldn't. I don't think there's anybody here who know what purple was in Yoruba. So let's give her a round of applause. And this is becoming a serious issue. By show of hands, how many of you are parents? Parents in the house, please. Let me ask you an honest question. How many of your children can actually speak your local language? Well, clearly you obviously doing something right. Anybody else? Well, I'm a parent, and I can tell you, my children are not. They're learning, but they don't teach them our language in school. You're from the Ministry of Education, you said, right? No,
Work with the head of service.
head of service. Okay, so HOS. You're here in service. Okay, but is that true? They don't teach them our language, our local languages.
They do. They do. Exactly. Simplest form.
At the simple, well, you know what? I make it simple at home. If you can't speak to me Yoruba, you're not eating. Oh, and by the way, my wife is Igbo as well. So I married a Delta woman, and I'm Yoruba. And you're right, because we are not speaking our language at home. The children are not able to pick it up. But then there's school. So I make an effort when they go to their grandmother for grandma to teach them Igbo. And then I would say, if you can't speak Yoruba to me, you are not eating in this house. You're not getting anything. But that is one of the efforts that we have to make to simplify, our language. Teach them the good mornings, the good after, just the basics, and get them interested in our culture. But thank you that was a very good question. I'm happy you brought it up.
Yes. And I also want to ask you a question. Communication is expensive. It is. I remember during is it family life, family planning stuff, it's expensive. Billboards and all those stuff are expensive, But I remember during those period, the pictures, They simplified it so well that an illiterate can literally know what family planning is. How many of you remember? I do. Can we bring back those days? And, most, especially public service, especially civil service in particular, we don't have that means. We don't have the financial support to do that. What would you do if you were in civil service?
That's a very good question. So for those of you who are in civil service, that's true. It goes back to how you communicate the good work that you're doing. How do you simplify it? Because the educational even level of Nigerians too is something you have to be aware of, right? So when you communicate, you have to make sure that it's effective. It can cut across all spectrum of society, both educated and uneducated. So for the service, again, uh, let me use this environment for example. Who can tell me what the theme of 2026 for the International Civil Service Conference is? Anybody, very quickly. What's the theme? No, honorable, you can't. Oh, it's right behind me. Okay, good. All right, no, hold on. I'm going somewhere with that. So it is what? Reform, resilience, results. You see, effective communication delivers what? Results. Results, right? So for us to get results, the information that you're distributing needs to reach the people, but inspire them, as Kingsley said earlier, to take action. Correct? And then you will get the results. So in sales and marketing, have you ever noticed companies have the communication department, the marketing, and then the sales? You see how it flows. It's the same idea of we've communicated what the theme is. We've communicated that there is an Aspire room. There is a Transform room where you're supposed to go and learn, right? But look at the room. Look at around you. Look at us in this room. How many people are here to be inspired, to go back to their service? It was communicated, wasn't it? It was communicated. But was it marketed effectively enough? This is the results. Look at the room. Not enough of us are actually in here to be inspired. So we're not getting the desired results. So I hope you see what I just did there, right? In the reforms that we've done as a nation, and I'm privileged to say, I'm part of the system enough to know that this administration has done some reforms that no other government before this administration has ever done. Now, you concur with that. Then the next step is after reforms are made, we have to be resilient because it's going to hurt for a little while before people start to see the dividends of those reforms and ultimately the results will come. Okay, so we're throwing it to the audience. Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining us in the Aspire room.
We're privileged to have the first
The first man of service.
Indeed.
Let's give him a round of applause.
Yeah, it's very
Senior.
Okay. I would like to ask a question and then make a comment on the trend of the discussion.
Yes.
And the question is, how do you communicate a policy whose recipients have already imagined the negative result even before the implementation?
Wow.
Okay. Now, on the comments about learning of languages and then communication with results,
Right.
I think we have a special case in Nigeria which you must think about because sometimes we say these things and they sound very nice, but the result is devastating. In this country, growing up, pidgin, I won't call it pidgin English because it's not English. Pidgin was spoken on radio stations for less than 30 minutes in a day. In River State, it was called News in Special English.
Oh, okay.
Less than 30 minutes. And then we were told that we must communicate. We must reach the people. And by the way, my mother was just a standard 4. And she spoke good English. That people even asked her which university did she attend. Now, we decided to reach those who speak pidgin, who should be decreasing in population, but rather we are now increasing. Today, we have ended up with pidgin television stations, radio stations, and in fact, it's a lingua franca.
Yep.
To the extent that graduates have to learn Pidgin. If you ever have to work in the Niger Delta, you have to learn Pidgin. When we first came to Abuja, the people from the Kogi and Nasarawa spoke good English, even as house helps. Today, they all speak Pidgin.
Wow.
So this communicating for effect, does it have a negative effect? Knowing fully well that we live in a world where it's either English, French, maybe now Mandarin and the rest of them coming in. Where are we going with Pidgin? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Well, let me respond to the question you asked, the first question. Communication is not a flight by night thing. It's not. It has to be deliberate. It has to be impactful. And then it has to be delivered by someone who knows. Yeah, we have beautiful policies in the country. But who is the communications person behind the minister or the whoever is on the top, of the spectrum? Many of our highly placed people, I don't know how much of media literacy they have.
Exactly.
I don't know how literate they have in communicating. They are media assistants. I don't know how solid they are in dealing or relating with the media, in using the right words, in crafting the right, using the right words to craft the right messaging, remaining consistent, and all of that. And which media are they using? Do they have audience segmentation? Do they have messages that are tailored to meet, an audience? Do they have the end game in mind? So when you have good policies and you don't communicate, especially coming from an environment where there are so much doubt, it becomes very difficult for the end users to believe in you. But if you are well schooled, and then you understand how to communicate, when to communicate, the words to use to communicate, you know your audience, chances are that you'll be in a position to put the message across. Many of the highly placed people cannot grant good interview. When they are faced with tough talking journalists, they buckle or they get angry.
Right.
But the work of the journalist is to make you get angry and then poke you so we can see your true nature and all of that. And it's to ask tough questions. How do you, as a leader of a group or an agency, be in a position to know how to parry questions, know how to turn those questions into an advantage for you? So there are so many things to be done about communicating policies to the people. And I hope that this administration and going forward, that future leaders would know how to effectively do that.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, did he answer your question? Or would you want him to also attempt?
I mean, I would, because you asked the question, I know you, I will not take it lightly.
Yeah.
Your first question was, how do you communicate a policy who the recipients already have a negative,
Perception.
perception of it? I know you asked that question because if from your experience, you've seen that these reforms are actually good for them, but they are not open to receive it. And the true reason is because of trust. You see, governments, not just in Nigeria, they have eroded a lot of trust because over the years, things that you claim are for the people never get to the people, right? So, and when the good ones come, like your term in office, we can see your heart is pure. You want to deliver for the people, but the people already had there's baggage that they're already coming with. So I would take a more of a stakeholders community engagement approach, right, to addressing those type of policies. And a lot of times, you know, the policies, many of the people who develop our policies are very well educated. You know, they went to Harvard School of Government, you know, and you come with these high speaking, you know, policies, and you have to, you know, simplify it and demystify it, you know, for people. So a simple, the simplest way I can answer that question is just to ask and encourage the civil service, those of you, to really get involved in what you call stakeholder management, coming down to their level, to the people's level, to show sincerity, to show honesty, to show that we're actually here for you, right? Without that, the results you're getting, the results we're getting now, which is low trust, you know, environment. People are very high suspicion. That's the environment we are. Low trust, high suspicion. Until we bring ourselves down to that level, talk to them, and simplify. To our moderator's point, simplify communication.
Exactly, exactly. Thank you.
Your second question, Your Excellency, that one is a story for another day. We are going backwards.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. The panelists are doing a good job. My name is Ramatu Bello, a Deputy Director from Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. You know, when you talk about communication, I know it's broken down into body language, tone of voice, and the words you use to communicate it. Right. And again, you also look at, is the communication verbal or non-verbal? Then if you look at the structure of the civil service, we are more of the word, and of course, not verbal. So we have to write. Right. And then the honorable senator just said something that I had wanted to like see how we can get from your strategies, how we can overcome that in the civil service. The mindset, you're trying to encourage a staff to take an online course or go for a program. The first thing is that, would they pay me? Not even looking at the knowledge, you know, no matter the type of communication tools you use to try to get their attention, they have that mindset, what am I getting out of it? And not seeing that this is a stepping stone for them to go get down the knowledge, come back and probably step it down. Like I keep telling my staff, value addition is key. So how do you even add your value if you are not even improving on yourself? So my question here, based on the quality of the conversation, is as a leader in the office, what is the strategy to adopt to have this mind change? The head of service, current head of service, is doing a lot. Yeah. So you look at our civil service anthem is all about change that narration, change the mindset, but at our own level too. Because if you go by the body language, you say, oh, my boss does not like me, just because you are trying to make him or her work and see value in himself, like you said about emotional intelligence. If you don't see the value you can add, how can you now get people together and say, okay, let me talk to you about something? So what can we do? What can we do to really have this mindset change and then look at the other component of communication and we drive it so that whatever we are trying to communicate, like I noticed that I look at this hall, this is one of the hall that should be like packed full. We have an overflow, you know, because of what we need to stand to gain here. Thank you very much.
I'll let Kingsley go first. That's a tough
So
one.
do we have any other question? So let's
Okay, let me take this.
maybe after you, just
Let's take one more question.
for want of time.
Okay, time, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Abia State, Office of the Head of Service. Actually, I met the discourse halfway, but from where I got in, the emphasis is effective communication. And one of the panelists said that some of the civil servants are not all graduates. We see this situation wherein we have this use of AI, some memos. We just get big terminologies, arrange it, package it, and then sometimes it's even difficult to understand what the boss is saying. So my question is, how do we balance the two, the use of AI and also making sure that people who are leading get the actual information needed from our messages?
Thank you very much. Who is taking?
First off, let me say that AI is just a tool that will enhance your work. It shouldn't be the be it all and end all. No, because it's what you put in
That comes
that
out,
you
yeah.
get. Yeah. Even when the AI gets you your result, you also need to scrutinize it, question it, and try to adapt it, simplify it. Because really, AI is not programmed with us in mind for now. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, because we don't have that atmosphere. Everything is Western oriented. It's now that things are beginning, to get back to to us in terms of inputs for our culture, our nuances, and all of that. So I think it's you have to use AI, but you have to be mindful of the fact that you must domesticate it. You have to domesticate the results you get. Now, the other question the first speaker threw, I think first would be, in my view, to show your staff what success looks like. Yeah, if you have 10 people, out of that, if 2 people are able to self-develop and they're able to rise in cadre, they're able to perform and they are celebrated, chances are that they will begin to inspire other people. And so you use them as examples. This is what self-development looks like. Shehu, when he came in a year ago, was nothing. He didn't know anything. But between then and now, he's taking courses in Coursera and all of that. He has gotten certification in 1 or 2 areas. And today, I can confidently ask him to represent me in one way or the other. And his progress in the office will be obvious. So such testimonials would inspire people. And for you as a person, if you look at the civil service anthem that was, played today, and it was very inspiring. In your unit, do you ask your staff to look at that to that anthem? When you have your unit engagement, do you play it? And when you play it, do you explain what each line and each word means? So I think that innovation would start from us. And then because we have to be the leading light and then pull people by the bootstrap and show them the way. So for me, showcasing success, what success looks like, there's nothing as inspiring as it, because everybody would like to be recognized. So it depends on how we're able to make this to happen effectively. But testimonials, what success looks like, is always very effective in getting people to adhere.
Okay. All right. I'll take a stab at that. I'll approach it slightly different. What ministry are you in again? Health, you said. You see, we were in there today and we all danced to the civil service. We were inspired. Yes. Because I had breakfast, I was able to dance. Right. A lot of people a lot of your team would push back and say, does Mayoga even know how much diesel or petrol costs now? That prices have gone up, right? Things are expensive, right? That's why people are always in that mode of pay me before I can, do anything, or where's the money in anything that I do. So when you're dealing in an environment like that, my advice would be for you to show a little empathy, to begin from a place of understanding that, you know what, we are all in this difficult environment together. You're not the only one who's paying extra for so and so, right? So we're all in this together. But even in that difficulty, right, we can rise above it, right? So the inspiration that you want to inspire must first, honestly, acknowledge this sense of life is hard. Yes, it is. Because if you don't do that, they'll feel you don't understand their pain. Yes? You understand their pain, though. We all live in the same country, so we know that things are hard. So my advice would be to begin from a place of empathy, understand why they are approaching the work the way they are right now, and say, look, but we can do more with less. Do you get? And then the inspiration will come, because really people will not listen if they feel they're not being heard, if they feel that they're not being understood, right? It will be very difficult for you to share what you are talking about, to inspire them so that we can do the work, and then the money and the promotions will come. So I hope I've been able to support you with that, with that thought process. And then on AI, were you in the hall when they showed us what Service is doing with AI? Listen, it is here to support. It is not here to take anybody's job. I'll close by saying, for AI, it is not AI that will take your job.
Exactly.
It is the person who knows how to use AI who will take your job. So learn, 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 learn.
Exactly, exactly,
Thank you.
exactly, exactly. Just to add to that, there was a time I told AI, Service Wise GPT, simplify the English. And then it did. Simplify again. And whatever you prompt it, it will do. To tell you, Sal was talking about, Honorable was talking about pigeon. And I said, could you yap me in pigeon? I remember I told my colleague, and he did a very good job. He yapped me. I don't even want to tell you what he said. No. So, ladies and gentlemen, I really want to also appreciate our amazing panelists. Let's appreciate them. And I also want to thank you too for your participation and for all that you've done this afternoon, for your patience. We know we are behind time, but because the next program is almost now, right? So with this, I would like to draw the curtains to this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Our first man of civil service. Thank you very much, sir. We're honored to have you here.
Let him please, Your Excellency, can you join us for a picture?
Yes.
Take photographs. Don't worry, you also join. No one will be left out. That's communication.
Yes.
One. Welcome once again to Aspire stage at the ICSC 2026. Thank you for your patience. I'm really sorry. The whole thing messed me up, but all the same, we improvise. And I lost the names of the panelists, but I guess they know themselves. So please, if you're a panelist, please just come up stage. Please, let's give them an Aspire stage welcome. We'll just make do with everyone that's here. Sapa Fidelis is supposed to be part of this. Okay, that'll be fine. Yes, Mr. Saidu Saidu. Please be patient. I just lost the names of everyone, so I'll just let them do self-introduction if possible. But I know, first of all, let me appreciate the presence of the first man of the Nigerian Civil Service, the husband of the head of Civil Service of the Federation, Honorable Nimiwasim Jack Sr. Thank you, sir. We're glad to have you here again. Your presence is an encouragement to me in particular. His daughter is also here. She was my coach, my Savicom coach. So I'll just start with, instead of ladies, let me start with you first before we go to her. Okay.
Okay, hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So the moderator called me Semper Fidelis. Yeah, actually, that isn't my name. My name is Anthony Ogo. Semper Fidelis happens to be the motto of the U.S. Marine. I applied it one time, and that happens to be my life motto, always faithful, yeah? All right, so my name is Anthony Ogo, and I'm head Servicom, Federal Ministry of Education. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Mr. Semper Fidelis. Mr. Anthony.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sotonye Ehimiage. I'm a customer experience professional, and I currently serve as customer service strategy lead at the Nigerian Revenue Service.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluchi Okafor, also a customer service specialist. I am the member engagement manager for Nigeria for the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Mr. Saidu Saidu.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saidu Ibrahim Saidu. I work in the office of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation. I'm at the FCIP Secretariat, that is the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan 2021 and to 2025. So I'm the head of the desk of the office. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. My name is Hilary Okonkwo. I'm moderating this session. I'm also the TA media to the head of service of the Federation. Now, we'll just go straight to the questions because we are behind time. So in a rapidly changing governance environment, what role should young mid-level officers play in driving meaningful and sustainable reforms within the service? So let me start with our Servicom.
Okay, it's a pleasure. Thank you, ma'am. I would just give a little, overview of it. Fact is, in the service, the young officers, or do we say middle-level officers, have this perception of waiting for directives, or either they will put it this balance, wait for your turn. And that is a drawback in our outputs in the service. So I believe for us to initiate reforms and actualize reforms.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Esther. I'm on Aspire stage. Okay, carry on, please.
Okay, so like I was saying, we have this drawback, this mentality that is keeping us behind. Wait for your turn, waiting for directives. But I just want to put it up to us to understand that the middle level officers is not a spectator kind of sports. It's not a waiting room kind of thing. No, we really have to understand that middle level officers are the engine room of the civil service as it stands. If we are not the engine room, then the civil service or the head of service would not be dedicated with its first pillar in the FSIP, which has to do with lead P, SMAT P, and induction. They wouldn't be dedicated towards this. And other trainings too that has to acknowledge young officers. So to the question, how do we drive reforms, right? First of all, we have to realize ourselves. Socrates would put it this way: man, know thyself. So we have to realize that, like I said, we are the engine room. Then we have to realize that we are an asset in the position where we are. If you look at the directors, the permanent secretaries, the heads of departments and MDAs, they sit in the boardrooms and they make decisions, but they don't have the raw data. It is the young officers that have proximity to the data, for which they can in turn use as evidence, empirical evidence, for which they can raise up proposals and determine the outcome of even the heads of the MDAs. So that is one way that you can initiate reforms. Understand, realize that you are an asset and make use of that asset, which is that you're closer to the problem and you have you may not have the solution, but you can propose the solution and make recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Now, this is to you, Mrs. Otoye. What leadership qualities are most important for young officers who aspire to contribute meaningfully to reform processes?
Okay. Leadership qualities that are most important for young officers, it would include one, hard work, diligence, and there would also be a desire to actually make a change. Because you can't drive reform if you're not actually interested in driving reform. And so it's important, and just like my co-panelist said, young officers are closest to operational realities. There's a saying that goes, the people closest to the problem are the people closest to the solution.
Exactly.
And it rings true in public service regarding young officers. The young officers know where the frustrations are, they know where the bottlenecks are, because they are the ones engaging on that level with citizens, especially, and I would come from an experience point of view, of course. And so that hard work, diligence, very important, but that desire to actually drive that reform is what is usually missing and what I believe is very important.
Thank you very much for bringing light to that. Now, what do you think of that, man? The same question.
I'll address two things that they both said. So he talked about reform. I think when we look at reform, we think about it as a dramatic thing, something that has to be planned, documented, things like that. And in all truth, reform starts with each interaction that every low or young or mid-level servant is having. Are you able to manage a customer or a citizen when they need something? Are you able to be truthful? Do you have integrity? So reform is not getting trapped in that mindset that now so we do for here. You know, this is how we do things. You don't want to rock the boat. The people who should rock the boat are the young and mid-level officers. They're the ones who hold the change in their hand. And they have to be the ones to push it. To add to what she said, I think the only quality I will add is integrity. Your word must be your bond. you cannot work with the government of Nigeria and then you say something and it's checked. If you tell me good morning, I don't want to have to look outside to confirm that the sun is shining. I should take your word for it, regardless of what level of service you're in. So these are the two things I'd like to add to what they've said.
Thank you very much. Mr. Saidu,
Yes.
in respect to Lit P, could you say something in respect to what the head of service office is doing?
Okay, yeah.
In respect to Lit P and Smart P.
Okay, thank you very much. So, like I said earlier, I'm an officer, Lit P officer, working in FSIP secretariat desk. So, they say young people drive change, and that's why in FSIP secretariat, Lit P officers have been identified and posted there to drive FSIP, implementation of FSIP. That is the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan. So this is a comprehensive strategy to reform the civil service across service-wide. Yeah, so that is what we do. We go to various ministries to assess their level of implementation of the FSIP and grade them according to their performance. And then, of course, we see where they lag and where they perform. So we advise further on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saidu. Let's put our hands together for him again. Well, what barriers, ma'am? Starting with you, ma'am. What barriers currently limit young and mid officers from contributing effectively to reforms? And how can those barriers be addressed?
Okay, so the first barrier I would say would be structure. So when we're talking about public service, we're talking about an institution that's always structured. So you have people who are making decisions and are feeling like they have to drive the change simply by virtue of their rank. But then you have young officers who can contribute to that process, but are being underestimated or undermined because they're in lower ranks. And I would say perhaps it's a societal thing where we believe, you know, the older or more experienced you are, the better you are for the job. So I would say that would be one major barrier I see. And then the second would be in line with what Oluchi said, which has to do with the mentality of this is how we have been doing it. And so when you have young people who are trying to push change, positive change, there's usually that pushback from people who feel like this is how we've been doing it for years and this is how we should continue to do it, even when the way they have been doing it for years isn't actually working or bringing forth any progress or positive change.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Anthony, how can we change the mindset of mid-level officers who think this is the way we do things? How can we change their mindset? We just talked about that a few minutes ago.
Okay.
How can we change their mindset?
It's a huge task, yeah? Why am I saying it's a huge task? Is because the head of service is putting in efforts, but you feel those efforts are not bearing fruit. Why? It is because when I look at the structure, like she said, the structure is bringing in people who have whose perception are not progressive minded. They don't want to accept the reality that change is possible. So the more you train people in Lit P, the more you train them in Smart P, the more you give them induction trainings and even the IDMOPODES foundation training, the more we still have inflows of people who are still having this backward thinking. So the question is, like you asked, how do we do that? So we have to change that structure. We have to emphasize that those who are coming in must have a certain sort of criteria. You go to the public sectors. In fact, what we are taking into the public sector, is what the private sector is throwing away, rejecting. So it shouldn't be. People come up with this idea that, you can bring them in and train them. No, but they have to come with a certain level of qualification, not certification, qualification that qualifies them and shows that, yes, they are able to receive reform and they're able to work as change agents.
Mm.
So that is one. Then I also believe that for the individuals themselves, like I said, you have to know yourself. You also have to know the institution. Some of the staff, when you ask them, what about the PSR? They have no knowledge of that. Financial regulation, they have no knowledge. The standard operating procedures, they have no knowledge. The FC 25, no knowledge, and it's looking at you. So in those documents, those are policy documents that talks about reforms.
Yeah.
And if you don't have a workable knowledge of those things, then how could you build up yourself, or can you open up yourself for reform? So you need to have a knowledge of those things. Thank you.
That's true. Very, very true. Very, very true. Ma'am, what do you think about it? How can we change the mindset of the average public servant or civil servant?
I think the average civil servant, young or mid-level, should stop thinking about, you have to understand the difference between power and influence. You may not have power because you're not up there, but you have influence. In whatever little sphere you're in, you have influence. There's someone looking at you saying, this person works hard, I want to be like this person. There's someone looking at you saying, oh, I like the way this person does things, I want to be structured the way this person is. So I think that it's very important for them to know that there's a difference. You don't have power yet, but you have influence, and you must use that influence. I wanted to add something to what Sosonya said as to the barriers. I think there's also kind of what you said as well. There's a lack of self-awareness. There's a lack of need to deliver excellence that I think also exists. And I think the service would also need to demand that excellence in one way or the other, because there's a difference between the way you have like maybe consequence management and things that happen in the private sector and very different from what happens in the public sector, which is what makes people feel like, okay, maybe public sector is somewhere to come and chill and relax. That needs to be changed. They need to understand that if you're coming to the public sector, the same level of excellence being demanded from you in private sector will be demanded here.
Exactly, exactly. That's very true. That's very true. That's very true. Mr. Saidu.
Yes, so to change the mindset of young people, um, there is actually a huge knowledge gap because FCP is my constituency, and so when we go to the ministries to engage with them and to assess their performance, we notice that huge knowledge gap. And also, as civil servants, we need to talk to ourselves. We need to understand. We need to prioritize what we need, what we want. Yeah.
Exactly.
So that's why you see a lot of union members clamoring for welfare without even knowing what what Pillar 6 is all about. And Pillar 6 is a complete strategy to improve the welfare of civil servants, but they don't know. So you see them clamoring for minimum wage. I understand a lot of things that are off
Way beside.
what we need in the civil service. So knowledge gap, we need to bridge that knowledge gap. We need a lot of training. We need a lot of change management programs to improve our knowledge in reforms. Yeah, so
Exactly. I wish you were the previous class we just had. The same thing. We are not able to comprehend the pillars. How can we make that easy for every civil servant? How? Maybe since you're young officers, maybe you do justice to this topic better than the other sessions. Man, yes, sir.
Okay, sorry, let me just. Okay, so the first group that were here, they talked about communication. And I was backstage there and I listened. Actually, they were right. But when we're in school, the communications trend is not complete, except there is feedback. So
Exactly.
I think he was
Feedback.
trying to say about feedback. He placed it as what's it called? Engagement, stakeholders engagement. That's the way he placed
Feedback
it.
mechanism.
Yes, that's the feedback mechanism. So you need to have that in place, right? And that is where young and mid-level officers lose it. We are at this pivotal stage in the service where you and I are the servant leader. And that's the best leadership quality you can have. As a servant, you can go and, on relates with those at the bottom. And the leadership strata, you can reach out to those without losing your spine of reform, right? So it is pivotal because you're reaching up to those people at the top. You're reaching up to your colleagues on the same level and reaching down too. We are essential, right? We are really, really essential. So to get the whole thing sorted out is we really need to have communication feedback. And with that, that's what we can use to, put the reform into play.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? You have anything to say about the reforms?
Okay. So I definitely agree that communication is at the center of, getting that reform to the young officers. But I would also say, when it comes to communication, for it to be effective, you also have to communicate in a way that the target audience can actually understand. So perhaps, there could be a gap where the information is being communicated, but it's not being communicated in the way that the young officers can understand. And then even with that, the communication should also be clear. It should be clear to the officers where they fit into this reform, how they can actually become a part of it. It shouldn't just be information that's being fed to them. It should be something that's being taught to them, and they have to understand how they can contribute, because I'm sure there would be people who would want to contribute, but if they don't understand what is expected of them, no amount of information will get them to do what they're expected to do.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. Now, she said something about communication. They both sound alike, right? Because we're talking about involving mid-level officers. Education says when learning takes place, change is automatic. True or false?
That's right.
In other words, if we are to rate as lead P officers, both you and him, if you are to rate, what over 10, what would you say? Would you say we understand the FCs? Just rate it, 1 to 10. Do you think we understand it, we comprehend it enough? And is there any visible change in the service?
Who comprehends it? The lead P officers?
Not just the lead P, mid-level officers.
Mid-level officers. Okay, so because they identify with our grade levels, so we are able to explain to them these reform policies in FCs, so they would understand. But I still don't understand why it is with the public service. I just don't know why. My background happens to be in the private sector. And I believe in 2010, Schlumberger was about to initiate the PMS and the ECM. And then they did ODO, which has to track vehicles and all of that. And it only took one sitting, just one sitting of communication, that Schlumberger, France, and Germany has initiated these. They've taken off. So it's Schlumberger Nigeria that ought to start going, following through. Just one sitting, and everybody complied. But in the civil service, you need to have one workshop, another workshop, and another workshop. And why? I still don't understand. The mindset is just something else. Okay, so I guess let me just digress a little bit. There's a write-up I put up, and it was about how civil servants are being, how do you say, is it punished? Not punished per se, like having committed any gross misconduct or misconduct, how they get the rewards. So in some ministries, they just find out how to punish you, and then they put you into a least desirable departments. Is that in the PSR? It is not. Give them their due rewards. Okay, so reform is because things are not being put in the right structures, punishment and rewards, and they're not going as it ought to be. So people come with that mindset. I don't know why the mindset won't change. But I can tell you that for those around us, we've never convinced them. But the problem is that, coming into the LEP, you need to have this level of excellence, performance before, and the numbers that are being accommodated is about 100, about 70 something or thereabout. So it's few. And if you compare that to the number of, so you're looking at the number of, let's say, 70 change agents to how many thousands? So the effect will be like, it's not even up to a ripple, the ocean. So, but I believe with time, as we increase and sustain, there will be effective change.
Thank you for your contribution. Please let's applaud him. Now, you said you have something to say.
Yes, I'm not in the public sector, but I do want to share maybe like a best practice that could work.
Okay.
I think involving the people you're trying to communicate to is one of the biggest steps to get them to fall in line, or rather to adapt to that change that you're trying to push. There's a reason why there's an entire field called change management, because human beings by default do not like change. Our body will reject the change by default, even if it is good for us. Some people here might be managing their BP. You go to the hospital, the doctor says change your lifestyle, change your lifestyle. It's for your own good, but your body will reject that change just because it's not what you're used to. So I think that in the rooms where these policy reforms and changes are being discussed, you have to have everyone represented in that room. It is the reason why some private brands will run into problems sometimes with things like racism or not getting certain things right, because there was nobody in the room who was black to see the advert and say this advert will not work because it's racist. So in that same vein, bring in those people that you want to communicate to. You'd be shocked. They would give you insights that you're not seeing, because like Sosoya said, they are at the operational end. They see the things you don't see. That way, when you're communicating a change to me, if I was part of the conversation, I will accept it better than if you just sprung it on me and said, hey, do this. So that would be my suggestion to the service, if possible.
Thank you for your input. Okay, Mr. Saidu, talking about mentoring. How important is mentorship in preparing the next generation for the reform-minded leaders within the service? More so, the head of service is very passionate about mentoring, and she's the #1 mentor person I know. You can never come close to the head of service and be the same. And I say I'm a product of that training. So, Mr. Saidu, what is your thought on this?
Okay, so the mentorship program or policy is almost on ground. I think it has been approved and it will soon be launched by the head of the civil service of the Federation. She recognized the importance of mentorship, mentoring young officers. So LITI is a training for young officers. They train officers in leadership, and of course, the next stage is mentorship. So what we do, or what the head of service does, is to attach LITI officers to senior management officers, directors, PAMSECs. So from there, they can learn one or two things in leadership. So this strategy also needs to be expanded to other officers. That's why the mentorship program or policy is being launched. So very soon, maybe in the civil service week, I guess the head of service
To be
will
launched.
launch it. Yeah. So mentorship is very, very important for young officers to learn leadership from the management officers. So
Thank you, Mr. Saidu, for your contribution.
thank you very much.
Let's applaud him. After this ICSE, the Civil Service Week is coming up, and you'll get to know more about mentorship. Now, madam, you have mentored many, and I'm also a product of that. Could you please tell us about mentorship in the service?
Okay, so just like co-panelist has said, mentorship is very important. And I think on this panel, we've highlighted some foundational issues. And it's clear that, in as much as we have young officers who might, be interested in driving reform, they would also need direction. Because like he said, some people just don't even have the knowledge of the institution they're in. So that's where, mentorship comes in, so that you are sure that the people who are interested in driving this reform have the knowledge, and then have a beacon, someone to look up to and be able to say, if this person could do it, then I can do it. Because you can't underestimate the importance of representation in any institution.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Are you called Coach Didi? Is that also
No,
your
not
name?
at all. That's not
Okay, so one of the panelists is called Coach Didi.
No, no, no.
So I thought you were the
Not
one.
at all.
Okay. So, ma'am, your thoughts.
mentorship.
Yes, a mentorship.
Okay, I think that first of all, I think to mentor someone, it means you have to have a genuine desire to not have them pass through what you pass through.
Exactly.
That's the whole idea around mentorship. It's that, hey, I went through hell. But unfortunately, some people think about it a different way. Like, I went through hell. Why do you have to have it easy? Go figure it out yourself, So I think that anybody who has that second mindset should not be a mentor, because that person will even set trap for you, even when that it was not even existing in the first place. So I think mentorship is super important. I've had fantastic mentors as well, and I credit them a lot for where I am. I think that there needs to be, with mentors, you have to be incredibly unselfish. You have to be very giving. You have to show the path, show the people you're mentoring the pitfalls, and it's most important within service. People can only aspire to what they see. If you present yourself or put yourself forward as someone who has been through the fire and has come out as a phoenix after, then someone else will look at it and be like, okay, yeah, it's hard right now, but hey, that's that person. They did it. If they did it, they don't have two heads, like our African parents say. They don't have two heads, so I can do it as well. So mentorship is super important. I cannot overemphasize it. And I think that what I would just say is, whatever structure is being put in place for mentorship to be a thing, let it be structured, let it be unbiased, let it be based on either interest or level. Let it just be structured, because if it's not structured, then you start having challenges in the middle. So that's it.
Thank you for bringing your perspective to this discussion. Thank you very much. Lastly, Mr. Anthony, is there a criteria for mentors and mentees in the service? Are there things we should look out for?
For the mentees,
Mentees and mentors.
just come as you are. Just come as you are. But be willing to learn. Yeah. For the mentors, yes, you need to have your backup of experience. Like I call her Mama for a reason. I worked with her while you were in education.
Yeah.
And I give you 100% that she's we call it Libyans. She's an FC25 exponent. In fact, she was there FC20, then she went on to FC25. And she was one of the permanent secretary at the time that hold the P officers to her heart. So she brought us under her wings. She gave us projects to carry out, and she supervised us. She mentored us. So she gave us her experience. So we'll learn from that. And one thing we learned from her also is dancing, yeah? So she likes to play a song and everybody's dancing and the atmosphere is quiet. So you need to come with that, whole bag of experience to be qualified.
Thank you very much. Audience, please let's give them a round of applause. There's certainly justice to the topic. Now I will ask the audience to ask one or two questions. Tell us your name, your department, especially on mentoring, honestly.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khadija Shola Abdurrashid. I'm Assistant Chief Labor Officer, Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. I'm also a lead P officer. When we talk about mentorship, we in the middle level, we wish to learn, we wish to be mentored. But there's this ideology, I don't know, sorry if I stepped on any toes. These are our seniors, our guys, they'll tell you, wait for your time. And at times, you want to bring your own millennial Gen Z idea, they'll tell you, you are running too fast. You still have years. You're still young. You know, like me, I came from the private sector, and I'm always ready to learn. I always want to be participated. Notice me, you know. But when you get to the civil service, when I got in 2011, and it was as if I'm doing more than my shadow, I'm running too fast. Even this lead P that I went to, there was still drama in my office, my department. So it's so discouraging, but I never give up. I'm still ready to learn. That is me. Nobody can change me. That is it. So, you know, some of my subordinates too, they come to me any day, anytime. They come to me, they ask me questions, and I'm ready to tell them. I even talk to many of my colleagues, our lead P, other trainings we see online, capacity building. You don't have to wait for the office or the department, because some of these are directors, sorry to say, they have their foot soldiers. They have this mentality, these are my own. So you know what to be done, but it's as if you want to show up or something. So the mentorship thing is dragging. It's really dragging. I just hope we can do better. Thank you.
Okay, we'll have the questions first and then we'll. Yes, sir. Okay, feel free.
Afternoon, everybody. I'm Danji Fanya Aman. I'm also one of, by privilege, who are the first set of the LIPI
Your
training.
department, please.
Okay, I work with the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense. I want to touch on one or two things that the panel has said and also ask my question directly to the head LIPI office. I think one of the things from the experience that I've observed that have been the challenge in the success of the LIPI is the fact that there was not enough orientation and stakeholder engagement. Why do I say this? Because when the program started, it was only the PANSEC and the participants that were aware. Most of the directors in the mainstream service were not even aware of the LIPI. When we were sent on the training, the 2 weeks training I did mine in SEC, in Ministry of Education and Trade and Investment. You ask an average director, they will be surprised. They will like, what is LIPI? What is LIPI? So I had expected that when the program was about to commence, there would have been enough orientation to carry out the directors along, because they are the one that will transit to what become permanent secretary tomorrow. But it was only the permanent secretary and the participants that knows about it. That is one. Two, again, I think the percentage, the ratio of what the LIPI program has so far produced is so minute that you won't see the impact for now. Myself, I think we were just about 120. At the second batch, I don't really know. Maybe they were only 100. But for now, the impact will not be seen. But one thing I know about reform, change is consistency, isn't it? Yeah. So if you are doing something and you want that change to happen, you don't just do it one off thing. You keep doing it until people what buy into it. Now, my question goes to the head of the LIPI. You remember the third batch. The training on the third batch has been stopped since last year. What is the office doing about it? If we want this program, this reform to succeed, then there must be consistency, which is one of the key things that will make what a reform or a change to happen. Thank you.
Mr. Said, no, there's another question from him. Sir, your question.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Chojo Adejo. I'm from the private sector.
Yes.
I would like to, I think the Madam Moderator, you had asked the question if the service, if there was some sort of change in the service so far. I've been working with the service, I think, almost a decade now, particularly with the Office of the Head of Service. And I can definitely comment to say that there has been definitely some level of positive change over the time I've been contributing to the work that the service has been doing. Particularly, I can give you an incident just yesterday. Over the weekend, we were trying to ensure that a particular website for this conference was functional. And before now, the experience that I had was not very pleasurable. However, I was amazed to see that for some officers, they were able to take the problem very personally and even able to provide support, even down to WhatsApp. I haven't seen that in the service before now. And so I must really commend the service for the transformation that is going on. But particularly to my question, I wanted to find out for young officers as well as those in the middle cadre, are there some sort of opportunities for the private sector to engage or to provide some level of mentorship or secondment? If so, if it exists, what's the procedure for doing that and to ensure that the change that you all desire will come to birth? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I remember as a committee member, the Press and Publicity Committee. So the lead P question will go to Mr. Saidu, and then you take your. Okay. So Mr. Saidu, let's have the lead P. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So just to correct, I'm not the head of LIT. I'm the head of. I'm on the desk.
Officer.
Office for FSIP Secretariat. So I'm not the head of LIT. But I can assure you, for FSIP 25, the target is to train 500 LIT officers. Yeah. Though we've come to the end of FSIP 25, which is the end of 2025, we are currently on a plan to review the whole document and also draft a successor plan, which would start from 2026 to 2030. So while we're doing the review, we can, of course, if we see the need to continue or expand, then that will be taken care of. So you don't have any fear. I think the fear should be how is it going to be expanded and how are you going to get funding? Yeah, so the third batch, unfortunately, it's service-wide, so there's nothing much head of service can do. You know the situation of funding in the country. So of course, once funding is released, it will continue and it will be sustained. So, okay, you want to handle mentorship?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
before
you.
then, hold your thought, ma'am. Before then, you said it was the LIT leader. The reason is that we're not just conversing here. This is where idea meets actions. He's already assuming leadership. Leadership is not about titles. It's about you, you know, assuming, doing what is about you, serving.
Yeah.
He's already serving. That's why you think is a leader. But sir, at this point, I want to ask you. I observed over the years, within last ICIC, I kept telling people, I said, the head of service is working with zero budget. There's no 10 kobo coming from the federal government to do this. This is the work of partners. Let's give a round of applause to the head of civil service affairs. If you're not close to leadership, you will not know. You will not know. That's the essence of mentorship. And loyalty is part of mentorship. And I've decided, you know, I will not let you put me down because I'm also part of it. I know what it means when I sing the anthem and there's no money in the pocket. It's not about money. So let me not take our time. Let's go straight to your question, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Hello, ma'am. You asked the question. She's not even listening to me. Hi. Hi, I'm taking your question. First of all, I want to applaud you because I think you've answered your own question. You did it when you said, I'm not going to agree or something of nature, that you're not going to stop.
So, being
It's
resilient.
the only way, and it's not even a service issue, I'll be honest with you. Even in private, if that thing you want, if you don't stand your ground, if you don't, what that is, no grief for anybody,
Yeah.
you have to. So I applaud you because honestly, when you were saying it and you answered it at the end, I was like, she has answered what I want to tell her. You can't accept the norm.
Norms, yeah.
You can't just be like, okay, you have to keep demanding. You have to keep putting yourself out there. Visibility is so key, especially in a place like the service where there's so many people and there's so many really good people. So I understand you. I get the bureaucracy of directors being too busy to mentor or telling you to wait your turn. You have to refuse to wait your turn. That's really the only answer I can give you. keep with that mentality of saying, I will not accept anything less than what I deserve. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The first man of the service has something to say, so I will just allow him. He's representing the head of civil service of Federation, so.
It's not working.
Okay. I'm happy with the panel because truly we have the next generation of the top echelon of the civil service. And the lead piece, whether on the panel or in the team, it's obvious. It's obvious that lead piece working. But I just want to add that in the original arrangement, the civil service is the only institution in this country with a defined line of succession.
Right.
Yeah, if you check it, from the day you are employed, you know where you will end up in 30, 35 years' time.
Right.
Okay, but somewhere along the line, these things got distorted. Mentorship, coaching was already built into the system.
Yes.
The files are minuted down from the minister down to the level 8 officer. You just behead it. And then the level 8 officer writes nonsense. It's part of the training. And the next officer is supposed to rework it and pass it to the higher officer. And then by the time the level 8 officer sees that file again, he or she will see the difference between what he or she wrote the first time and what ended up as a final product. And that's part of the learning process.
Right.
But in my years of interaction, I've discovered lately that files stop at certain levels. Officers think that every other person knows nothing. And so they don't minute the files downward. And so it goes from maybe assistant director back. And then sometimes a director discovers a good level 10 officer or level 12 officer and decides that that person is even more important than an assistant director. Right. So I think part of the responsibility you have as you climb the system is first to ensure that you even correct these anomalies within your own sphere. Because if you're a level 12 officer, there are still those below you. Send the file to them. You'll be amazed how much they can contribute to the system. And if they get it wrong, it's part of the training. Okay? And then on the issue of the problems you try to highlight, I had the privilege of serving a minister in 2 ministries. And of course, then we were younger. So we were hot-blooded and we also saw everything as being wrong. And we kept on, when we write advice for the minister, we will put in those radical views. Of course, they were rejected in the first round, but somewhere along the line, the minister started to reason that these young people, they must have some, we were both 2 of us. There must be something in what they say. And then with time, we'll just sit back and we hear the minister read those quote and unquote formally at law views that we used to express in speeches. We are now read on national television. They had become, they had been adopted, and the system ran with it. So sometimes when you write these things and they throw them away, even without reading them, don't be discouraged. Yeah. Just make sure you repeat the same point if it's relevant in a new situation. One day, the boss will sit back and say, okay, let me even give a thought to what this my officer has written. Right. So just encourage all the young officers in the system. Keep it up. We rely on you. Without you, as they say, the hospitals won't get built and the roads won't be constructed. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind contribution. We're grateful. So, another question?
Your question, yeah?
Mr.
How
Tony.
to connect and in mentorship. I think it has to do with the LEP program. You know, we have postings. First of all, we are posted to the private sectors, and then later on, we are posted to the public sector. So you have to liaise with the head of service to say, okay, you want to be part of the program, and then they can carry you along. Or if you have your own wholesome program, just like the Ike Mokode Foundation is doing, and you present it to the head of service, yes, you can sit together and work it out and say you want this to be focused for mid-level, staff, and then you can get it going on. So that is it. Then, madam, let me just quickly round up on how on is interesting. So during the Ike Mogode Foundation program, we had this question being asked: how do you persevere, and get results when your bosses are not listening to you? And so they threw an essay at us, and we looked at it. It was what's his name? Niccolo. What's his name? Machiavelli. Niccolo Machiavelli. The title of the book is The Prince. Yeah. And so that portion to which they gave to us has to do with the fox and the lion. And so we analyze the characteristics of the lion and that of the fox. And we summarize at the end of the class that for you to receive, to have results with your bosses, you have to be as cunning as the fox. So this is what I do if I have some issues. That's when somebody was mentioning about AI. AI is a tool. Even in the class, somebody was like, I don't like AI. AI is a tool. When you're in the office, like you're 13, you're 14, and you feel like a boss, you can send your younger ones around. That is AI for you. Just go into the system. All you need to know is how to create a beautiful prompt that the AI can reason and act and give you the exact answers that you want. So you can just say, this is what you presented to your boss the first time. He rejected it. Maybe he gave a minute, and you say, this is the minute, this is his response. So you can tell the AI, as a fox from the Michelangelo's, Niccolo's book, give me a better way to write this. It will give you when your bosses see that, I assure you, he will, I don't want to say kiss you, yeah? He will applaud you for that, okay? So they will accept you. Seriously, that is it, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mrs. Sotoye, your part.
Okay, so well, I wanted to also talk about mentorship. Khadija, I must applaud you. When we started, I talked about one of the important qualities being that desire to drive the reform. And when you were speaking, that's what came to mind.
Yeah.
That's the kind of attitude
Yeah.
that actually leads to that change
Yeah.
at that level. So I applaud you. I think everyone has, addressed different issues of what you said, and they've done very well. All I'm going to add is you mentioned that the mentorship is dragging. For that, I'll say to you, don't wait for the mentorship to come to you. Our moderator said, all of this came together, because of partners. The head of service didn't wait for the government to pay for it. That's the same attitude I would advise. Don't wait to be mentored. Don't wait for the mentorship to come to you. We live in the digital age. He has rightly mentioned AI. You can learn anything from anywhere right now. You just need to understand what you need to do, what you need to learn, what capacities you need to build to get you from where you are to where you're going. And this advice is for every young officer. Determine what you need to learn to close the gap between where you are and where you're going, and go ahead and learn it. Don't wait for anyone to come to you to teach you. Right now, you can learn anything from anywhere you are with your mobile phone or with your computer. That would be my advice to young officers.
Thank you, panelists, for the meaningful contribution. In fact, you did justice. Let's give them another round of applause. Okay, with this, we come to the end of this session. And I want to especially thank our daddy, the #1 civil servant of the Federation, the husband of the head of civil service of the Federation. Thank you, sir, for your presence. It's really, really nice to have you. And also all our panelists, let's applaud them again. And also applaud yourself. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
The audience will join.